February meeting of full council. We have a packed agenda this evening, so I'll proceed to the business of the meeting without delays. First item is apologies. Are there any apologies? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Matt Holmes and Councillor Alison Holmes.
Thank you. Councillor But right, okay. So, any others? Councillor Skelton, I do understand that you've had a very serious bereavement in the last few days. Would like to express our condolences, and I'm sure I speak for the entire chamber. It's good to see you here this evening, but we fully understand what you're going through. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any? Okay, I understand the monitoring officer will now advise councillors that there's a general dispensation which enables you to vote on the council tax proposals at item 12 and the councillors' allowance scheme at item 14. Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, councillors, as you're aware, at item 12 of the agenda, we have the report setting the council tax for 23-24, and at item 14, the report setting out the details of the council's allowances and expenses scheme 23-24. Given the content of these reports, I'm granting a dispensation to all councillors for the duration of this meeting from the restrictions under sections 31, 4A and B of the Localism Act 2011. To allow all councillors to participate in discussions and vote on these items on the agenda without the need to declare a specific interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now approve the minutes of the last meeting of the council. Will somebody move these, please? Councillor Smale and seconded Councillor Barker. Thank you. Is everybody in agreement? Right, good. Item 4. I'll begin on reflecting on a recent anniversary of global significance. A year ago, this council unanimously passed a resolution supporting Ukrainian sovereignty, democracy, independence and territorial integrity, condemning unreservedly Russia's violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the heinous acts of President Putin. We expressed our solidarity with the people, government and parliament of Ukraine and Derby's Ukrainian community, as well as with those Russian citizens who remain committed to peace and unity. Few of us at the time thought that a year on, the largest country in Europe, which has so many connections to Derby's people, would still be at war with an illegal invader. However, the resilience of Ukraine in the face of this brutal aggressor means the struggle is by no means over, and that many Derby residents still have loved ones heroically withstanding incredible hardships that have wide implications for the entire world. During the last 12 months, I've attended countless engagements on your behalf, where I've been able to express this council's support for the people of Ukraine, including a mass at the Ukrainian church in Normanton, accompanied by 4 local members of parliament. And this last weekend, I have taken part in a march, a prayer, vigil, and a service at Derby Cathedral. Throughout the year, I have been proud to wear the colours of the Ukrainian flag on the chain of office, and we have flown the blue and yellow national flag on many occasions from masts near this building in solidarity. I'm sure I speak for you all when I say the words of last year's resolution hold as strong today as they did then. Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine. Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. I also wish to take this opportunity to highlight the work of the Mayors for Peace initiative. Derby is one of 8,200 member cities from across 166 countries who have given their commitment to global nuclear disarmament. Earlier this month, I received correspondence from the mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan, who represent Mayors for Peace, condemning Russia's repeated threats to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine and its allies, as well as reflecting on the devastating impact that nuclear warfare had on the inhabitants of their cities almost 80 years ago. I hope that we will continue to lend our support to this important initiative and give hope for a more peaceful future for people across the world. And I'll deal with some procedural matters. Firstly, I've been made aware that the notice of motion published at item 19 on your agenda has been withdrawn. Councillor Evans, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to allow proceedings really to concentrate on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration. Secondly, due to the size of this evening's agenda and the important business we have to deal with, I intend to take questions from non-council cabinet members at item 8 as the final item of business. Finally, I'd like to remind you of all of the procedures relating to the setting of the council's budget and council tax for the forthcoming financial year. Under Council Procedure CP 46, I hold discretion to vary the amount of time given to speeches. As is the usual custom and practice for this meeting, the minute relating to the budget will be moved by a member of the Council Cabinet who is able to speak for an unlimited period under the normal rules of procedure. I intend to allow discretion for the leaders of nominated spokesmen or nominated spokesmen of each group to speak for longer than 5 minutes in response. However, I'd encourage all speeches to be limited to no more than 10 minutes each, given the amount of other business we have to consider. Once the initial responses have been heard, the normal rules of debate will apply and speeches will be limited to 5 minutes. I'm aware that several amendments have been submitted to Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. To ensure that every group has equal opportunity to have their amendments considered, I intend to take one speaker from each group in order of size during the substantive debate. I also intend to allow any leaders or spokespeople who spoke initially to speak again should they wish to move an amendment. I'd like to remind councillors that under Council Procedure Rule CP 72B, and as required by legislation, all votes relating to the setting of the council's budget and council tax precepts will be recorded in the minutes. This includes any amendments and votes on the substantive motions. I'll invite an officer to conduct a recorded vote in the usual manner when required. Finally, it would be our normal custom and practice at this meeting to receive valedictory speeches for those councillors intending to retire in May. Given the busy agenda this evening, I propose that we instead take those speeches at the special meeting scheduled for Tuesday the 21st of March, where we will be able to meet to consider the East Midlands Combined County Authority proposals. Before we move on, I would like to mention that this is the last full council meeting for the council's Strategic Director of Corporate Resources, Simon Riley. Simon joined Derby City Council 4 years ago, initially as Director of Finance. He will be leaving in the near future to take up a role as Chief Operating Officer at Cheshire West and Chester Council. I'd like to thank Mr. Riley for his service to this authority, particularly in the context of this evening's meeting and the very challenging budget we will be asked to set. Simon has approached his role with diligence and professionalism, and I'm sure we all wish him well in his future endeavours. Item 5 is statements by members of the Council Cabinet. None have been received. Item 6 is questions from members of the public. We've received 17 in total. Where a written response has already been provided in the booklet, we will hear a summary of the question from an officer before inviting each member of the public to ask their supplementary question. I would ask all questioners to be concise when asking their supplementary questions. We have a long agenda to consider this evening, and lengthy statements will not be permitted. start then with a question from Tony Mott. Question A, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't believe Mr Mott is with us this evening, but for the record, his question to Councillor J Pearce is, can the Cabinet member provide an update on the maintenance and upkeep of the former Queen Street baths? And the answer to that question is published in the booklet. Question B is from Greg Semraj to Councillor Eyre. Don't believe Mr Semraj is here either. Again, for the record, his question is, what can be done to improve safety on the path adjacent to the gardens of Shakespeare Street and Cottons Farm Primary Academy in Sinfin? And question C is from Mrs Joan Dutton to Councillor Webb, and that question is, what information does the Council hold in relation to forecast increases in the number of students living in Derby, and what plans do the University hold for more dedicated student accommodation? I believe Ms Dutton is with us tonight.
Ms Dutton, do you have a supplementary? Can you press your button so the red light comes on and we can all hear you?
If you just leave it there. Okay.
Sorry, when I come next time, I'll do it right. Will the LHNA address the numbers of houses in multiple occupation in Derby, and how many additional HMOs does the council expect to be needed for the additional students?
Councillor Webb.
Yes, it will include all the local housing needs within the city, and that includes all types of accommodation. This is part of our local plan review that we do on a regular basis, and that information will feed the local plan.
Thank you. Question D, Alex.
Question D is from Faye McGinty to Councillor Hassel. It is, can the Council provide an update on plans for new traffic control measures and access restrictions for Shepherd Street? Again, I don't believe Ms McGinty is here this evening. Question E is from Sassy Stark to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, following the bid for the City of Culture, does the Council plan to do more to highlight the historically significant features that Derby has to offer? And I believe Ms Stark is here tonight.
Do you have a supplementary, Ms Stark?
Yes, I do. So I just wanted to first say that the answer that I was given was non-specific to the Arboretum itself. The City of Culture bid didn't really focus on the Arboretum enough. And my point was, with us having such a rich history, we've got Britain's first public park, and I just want to know why it was excluded from the local plan and what we will be doing to further the park's future and really exploit the fact it was Britain's first public park, because it's a beautiful place.
Councillor Pearce.
Totally agree with you, Ms Stark. I'm not sure about local plan, I will check that up for you, but as part of our submission for this year's Green Flag Awards, Derby Arboretum has also been submitted for Green Heritage Site accreditation, which is supported by Historic England, which recognises the history of the site and how it's managed. So I hope that allays any of your fears for that park. Thank you.
Question F.
Question F is from Derek Gould to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, why do some areas of the city have more community facilities than others? Don't believe Mr Gould is here. Question G is from Russell Armstrong to Councillor Barker. It is, what is the legal status of Derby City Council, and what legal interests and responsibilities are held by Keep Moat Limited and the Osmaston Regeneration Partnership? Mr Armstrong is with us in the chamber this evening, I believe.
Do you have a supplementary, Mr Armstrong?
Given that Derby City Council are listed on Companies House that has just one appointment listed as Osmaston Regeneration Partnership, is the councillor denying that Derby City Council has a company registration on Dun and Bradstreet listed in the companies of 22964 1378?
Councillor Barker, I'm sure you have those facts at your fingertips.
I haven't got a clue, sorry. I hope that the monitoring officers have taken some details of that, and we'll have to get back to you with a letter.
Question H.
Question H is from Paul Tice to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, what steps have the council taken to ensure that no historically significant material is lost in the rewilding of Alistry Park, given the proximity to the Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Site? I don't believe Mr Tice is here this evening, but he has nominated Mr Andrew Pickin to ask a question on his behalf, and Mr Pickin is here with us.
Mr Pickin, do you have a supplementary?
I do indeed, thank you. How does Derby City Council intend to ensure that the full history of the site is known and taken into account by this plan in order to avoid any potential risks to the UNESCO World Heritage status caused by getting it wrong? I would like to suggest that you get help from Historic England, who have already reviewed much of the archive material.
Councillor Pearce.
We will do that, Mr Pickin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Question I, Alex.
Question I is from Simon Bacon to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, how does the council handle vehicles parked on double yellow lines when they are not registered? When they are registered outside of the UK?
Mr Bacon, do you have a supplementary?
I have, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much. I asked this question after getting no response from my Normanton ward councillors and the neighbourhood board of which I'm part. My experience in Normanton ward is that my neighbours' UK registered vehicles get parking tickets, but cars registered in the Czech Republic don't. Clearly something's wrong, so how do you as Cabinet Member, Councillor Pearce, for parking related issues, ensure that the current enforcement is actually taking place?
Councillor Pearce.
Thanks for your question, Simon. It's nice to have you back after last month when you didn't, when you were poorly. It's written down in the answer that it is a government response. It's not a city council regulation. It's a national regulation that we have to meet. And foreign plates on cars, they're allowed to be driven for 6 months before the DVLA can check them. So if you need any other information, just send me an email, Simon. I will look into it for you.
Question J, Alex.
Question J is from Claire Wood to Councillor Hassel. It is, why doesn't the proposed budget mention the climate emergency? I believe Ms Wood is here this evening.
Yes.
Ms Wood, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you. So while I'm pleased to hear that you'll be funding a set of climate change initiatives, why isn't tackling the climate emergency, reducing pollution and protecting and enhancing biodiversity an absolute priority and at the forefront of everything the council does?
Councillor Hassel.
I said the answer, yeah. Thank you, Claire. As you may or may not be aware, all of the council decision making is now subject to a climate impact assessment tool, which gives all of the decision makers for any decision the insight to its impact on the environment. Thank you.
Question K, Alex.
Question K is from Ruth Coates to Councillor Hassel. How much consideration is being given to sustainability in the development of major regeneration projects planned for the city?
Ms Coates, do you have a supplementary?
Yes. I'm very encouraged by your answer. I'm pleased to hear that the Beckettwell performance venue will have PV panels fitted to the roof. Will this also apply to all the other new buildings which are in the planning stage? Also, can you clarify what zero carbon ready means as opposed to zero carbon?
Do you always get a round of applause when you
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I'll refer to the last answer I gave, that all of our decision making, including planning, will be subject to climate impact assessment. And just remind me what the back half of your question was, just so I get it right.
What does zero carbon ready mean as opposed to zero carbon?
So yes, thank you. So yeah, it's regarding them that they are, any building that's built here is fit and suitable for our environment and has the correct EPC rating that doesn't have a negative impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Question L, Alex.
Not good enough.
Question L is from Tony Mott to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, what steps can the council take to safeguard young people cycling to St Benedict's School, given ongoing congestion and parking on cycle paths in the area? I don't believe Mr Mott is here. So move to question M from Greg Semraj to Councillor Hassel. What measures are the council taking to prevent congestion and driveways being obstructed at pick-up and drop-off times around Cottons Farm Primary Academy in Sinfin? Again, Mr Semraj isn't here this evening. Moving to question N, which is Derek Gould to Councillor Smale. Why is Derby City Council allowing Derbyshire County Council to impose the waste treatment facility in Sinfin on Derby residents? Mr Gould is not here and the answer is printed in the booklet. So moving to question O, which is from Mr Armstrong, Russell Armstrong again, to Councillor Eyre. It is, can the Cabinet Member respond to allegations that continued funding and support for community-managed libraries is contingent on the agreement of a maximum council tax increase? There is no printed response provided in the booklet, so if you could invite Councillor Eyre to respond to the initial question, please.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Armstrong, for your question. As was alluded to by the Finance Officer at the February Cabinet meeting, funding was always left in the budget for non-statutory libraries for post-March 2023. At this meeting on the 15th of February, this Conservative Cabinet approved a strategy for the DHA CMLs, the 10 libraries, to come back under council oversight, led by our amazing volunteers, to continue delivery post-March 2023. The ask of our officers is that the expression of interest process, which was also approved at that meeting, is completed within 4 to 6 months, ready for libraries to be handed over to suitable and viable applicants at the earliest opportunity. The nature of this decision meant a report to Cabinet per government's procedures, and funding for this model is made available in the budget that is proposed before us today. Talk about extortion of councillors is a very, very unusual way to describe the process that will come before us for the budget. I do not believe it would in any way have been appropriate for this council's cabinet or me as the cabinet member to have sought to have committed the funding separately to an agreed budget that had gone through the relevant council procedures, especially given this is for post-March 2023, thus a new financial year. I don't even think such a thing would have been right, legal or proper to have done, and I certainly wouldn't have wanted to do that. I would not seek to make any commitments around hypothetical budgets that are not before us in writing today. Should any party be proposing alternate budgets or alternate proposals, they should spell out very clearly exactly what that means for our city, for services and for budgets. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Mr Armstrong's not here, is that correct? Oh, you are here, beg your pardon. Have you a supplementary, Mr Armstrong?
Yes. If there were no plans to close the libraries, because it was going to be included in the budget, why were there publications of the dates of the closure of the libraries?
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr Armstrong. That was an internal DHA schedule that was never agreed to by this council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Question P.
Question P is from Simon Bacon to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, can the Cabinet Member explain how blue bin recycling is processed? Where does material get taken to and how is it handled?
Mr Bacon, do you have a supplementary?
I have, Mr Mayor, thank you. Biffa was your contractor until you procured a new contract which you awarded to H.W. Martin. Biffa is a recycling company in its own right with its own MRFs. Why are we now paying 2 recycling companies to do one job, noting that I've got the invoices that show this? Thank you.
Councillor Pearce.
Thanks, Simon. I'll get an answer for you from our waste people, and I'll get an email across to you.
Thank you. Finally, question Q, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question Q is from Ruth Coates to Councillor Hassel. It is demolishing the assembly rooms the most cost-effective and environmentally friendly option available to the council? Have the environmental impacts of demolition versus refurbishment been fully assessed?
Do you have a supplementary, Ms Coates?
I do. Thank you for your answer. I had understood that the building was to be demolished, which would seem to be very wasteful of resources and damaging to the environment. Can you reassure me that working with the current building, improving the facade and making it zero carbon is being seriously considered?
Councillor Hassel.
Thank you, Ruth. Yeah, all options are being considered. Thank you.
Which brings us to item 7, questions relating to the Derbyshire Fire Authority or Derby Homes. I understand none have been received. Item 8 we're going to deal with later, brings us to item 9, which is the minute extract from the Council Cabinet. The first relates to Derby and Derbyshire Minerals Local Plan, which requires the approval of the Council. Councillor Hassel, as the Cabinet Member with responsibility in this area, will you move the minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move as printed. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Pearce, thank you. All those in favour? Anybody against? That is, yeah, 2 against. Do you wish to debate the minerals policy at this point? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed on the recommendations for this item that it says refer to the council. Now, what I'm not really sure about is whether this council has the overall decision-making of this item, or whether it's just for us to note what the Cabinet have made. Is it just a note?
Yes, it does come back to here for final.
Okay, well then I have a concern, because very deep within the documents, because there are a lot of pages in there, was in 2.36 of the Derby Minerals Local Plan, which suggests that Derby City is non-compliant in terms of nitrogen dioxides, and that we should have a clean air zone. Now that really concerns me, because that will affect a lot of people in the city who will then suddenly get fines for driving into the city. And whilst there are people here that think that's a great idea, I'm thinking from the long-term plan for my residents and the majority of residents in the city who would actually be penalised for driving their own vehicles in the city centre. I'm just wondering whether the Cabinet were aware that this was going to happen and it was buried in the document. So I'm just raising that as a concern, Mr. Mayor, and for that reason I would have to vote against this document.
Thank you. Can I ask people in the gallery to be quiet? If you want these things debated, it's best that we can hear the people who are speaking without interruptions. So I've asked you very politely, if you would, please remain quiet. I'm going to ask Alex to give some advice on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address the point that Councillor Graves raised at the start of his speech, I understand that this strategy is a joint strategy with Derbyshire County Council, and it forms part of the 2 councils' local plans. The local plan is part of the policy framework, which requires the agreement of council. So this matter has been referred from the council cabinet to the council for approval.
Do you wish to add anything, Councillor Hassel? Are there any other speakers on this matter? I'll take the vote again, because I think I was probably out of order in jumping too quickly there. So those in favour, please show. Those against? That is carried. Item 10, the next item of business relates to setting the council's budget. Councillors will find in their agenda packs the minutes from council cabinet meeting held earlier this month relating to the medium-term financial plan, which council will be asked to approve. Also included with your agenda is the original report considered by the cabinet earlier this month and updated consultation documents relating to people's services. As you are aware, the mover of the motion is not time limited. I understand Councillor Smale intends to move the minutes of the Cabinet. As I mentioned earlier, group leaders will be allowed longer than 5 minutes to respond, and then amendments will be dealt with sequentially following the process I outlined earlier. Councillor Smale, as the Cabinet Member for Finance, would you move this minute and address the Council, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, 1 year ago, I stood in Derby Arena to present this current year's budget. The following day, we all received the terrible news that Russia had initiated its invasion of Ukraine, something which was to have profound impact across the globe. The subsequent effect has been the cost of living crisis, which has been felt both domestically and internationally. And like countries, businesses, families, and the individual, this local authority, along with all of us, has not been immune to the pinch Putin has placed on each one of us. Supply chains have been severely impacted across the world. Cost of services have rocketed with an increase in service demand and inflation at a 40-year high, something which itself has doubled from last January to just over 10%. And wages, of course, struggling to keep pace throughout. Mr. Mayor, first, before I go on, I want to pay a special thanks to the finance team in help supporting us during this difficult time in trying to set this budget. The guidance and the knowledge has been very grateful, and I would also like to wish Simon Riley all the best for the very future as he leaves the local authority. Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, the ongoing shock to the Wilts finances has seen us arrive at an unenviable and, yes, difficult budget position. Something no one in politics would welcome, but nonetheless a challenge we have risen to. With broken care markets in both adults and children, it does mean difficult choices being made to deliver this balanced budget. It is a sad reality that the top 10 children in our care cost to the tune of £7.3 million a year, with one child currently costing us £1.7 million a year. Despite the condition of our care systems and the constant battles for improvement and investment, there has been hard work and sheer determination from my colleagues, Councillor Williams and Councillor Webb, who have tirelessly and relentlessly lobbied government for the change, and the funding should be acknowledged. The leader has also made various representations, not only to central government, but with the East Midlands Councils and Local Government Association for further funding, intervention to protect these services. However, money alone will not solve the issue. Effective policy and legislative changes need to be enacted to cap the cost of care for our children's services, not only to those who need 24-hour care, but for the cost of specialist placements and agency foster care. It is the duty of us all to protect our most vulnerable children in society, and we as an administration would never and have never turned our back on those who need that care, and will always continue to do so. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that some of the savings in this budget are not what any councillor would want to present. None of us entered politics and become local community champions to make these decisions. But unfortunately, we are at this point where we must make these stark choices to protect our critical services. Something I would hope we all would agree is a priority. The indicative budget gap for this council was nearly £34 million before the application of any additional social care funding, council tax flexibilities, the review of pressures and identification of savings. Other local authorities up and down the country are looking at similar challenges, but with some reporting close to the tune of £100 million of pressures. We will continue to plan on future savings over the next 2 years in line with our mid-term financial strategy, which was approved by Cabinet last year. Mr. Mayor, I now would like to go through some of the items set out within our budget proposal in a little bit more detail, please. I will begin with adults and children, and this service is our most pressured and strenuous service. It consumes the most of our revenue budget at around 66% of all expenditure. However, whilst we have made some savings in this budget, we have also increased the net revenue budget. Currently, at the end of this financial year, we have planned to spend £99 million in adult services and £74 million in children's services. And we've increased this to £105 million and £82 million respectively for 23-24, resulting an increase of £13 million. This is resulting some of the pressures that have emerged from this year to make sure that we are better planned for future years. There is a further planned increase into the revenue for support for adults and children, with a further £22 million being added into the following years for 24-25 and 25-26 to try and combat the costs of increased access to our services, but also the increased costs of running them. This is an area that we are and continue to prioritise. Despite the financial challenges we are facing, we are protecting what is the most important in communities and place. We still have a strong and achievable ambitions to create a community-led team that helps working for the city and for the city and with the city. Mr. Mayor, we remain committed to delivering our capital project ambitions, many of which transform our city centre and will bring an exciting vibrancy, investment and jobs to our city. Developments like the Market Hall, Beckettwell Arena and the Build to Rent scheme next to it, the Transforming Cities Fund and the Motability projects are all huge catalysts for our city centre. And that's not to mention our work with partners to bring vital investment from companies in Derby. Cubo, Van Boom Cloud, Derbion, and recently announced Valiant and Yinter, I think that's correct, Yinter, all bringing changes, jobs and vibrancy into our city, something that we should be proud of. This council has shown its ambitions with the creation of 1,498 jobs since we entered office in 2018. Smart Park, St Modwyn Development at Chad Sidings, Rolls-Royce Nuclear Academy, partnered with Derby University, Infinity Park, Marv Studios, and the Ascend programme shows businesses and the private sector we are an investable city. Recent figures have Derby as the 7th biggest manufacturer of goods in the UK and one of the highest average incomes outside of London. Now that is what I call a confidence in this city, a city of innovation and skills. Mr. Mayor, it would be remiss of me not to mention the £20 million of Levelling Up Fund from the Department of Levelling Up and Communities for Project Assemble, a project to provide a new learning theatre on the marketplace with our partners Derby University, which is certainly an exciting vision for our city centre. Not to mention working along with Derbyn's very own master plan to create a vibrant, bustling Eastern Gateway to the city, which will then bring addition of shopping, leisure and hospitality, something which yet again illustrates the confidence and investment potential of our fantastic city. Whilst capital project funding is extremely tight across the rest of the council, we are delighted to announce £250,000 of capital revenue for our parks and open spaces. This money will be used for refreshing and renewal of our play equipment across the whole city, recognising the importance of our parks and how valuable they are to us in both physical and mental well-being, something which has certainly been the case since the pandemic, where people flocked to their local parks to escape the confines of lockdown. We have committed the final expenditure for the fantastic football hub, which is about to start with spades in the ground, bringing about a major project to the racecourse in Derwent Ward. This will see 4 full-sized floodlit 3D pitches, a new extension to the current building to develop a better community hub, including a cafe and the redevelopment of the on-site car parking for 200 vehicles. That's bringing sport and football to the heart of our working community. Mr. Mayor, we have protected our neighbourhood board funding to allow all ward councillors to support local community projects that they and their residents feel very passionate about, keeping it at the current level of £15,000 per ward, which we increased as our manifesto pledge after last year's elections. This is something we pride ourselves on, to help those in our communities that enrich the lives of others. This is in stark contrast to the previous Labour administration, who took it upon themselves to selfishly direct neighbourhood funding into wards that were of political significance to them and away from the wards that they couldn't care less about. We are also committed to keeping our brown bin service free of charge, something we have continued to champion both prior and during administration. We value this scheme, like many of our residents do, and that this service will continue with monthly collections around during the winter period and then normal 2 weekly collections during spring, summer and autumn. Again, something Labour saw as a cash cow and made residents pay for. Mr. Mayor, this Conservative administration was always clear that we did not and do not want to close libraries, and we were always determined to find a way forward. This budget contains that way forward. We will be bringing back under council control the management of 10 community managed libraries currently overseen by DHA to continue service delivery with our amazing volunteers. Funding is available for 12 months with the expression of interest process set to take 4 to 6 months, so libraries can be provided to new groups at the earliest opportunity. During this time, we will enable work to help explore expression of interest that we have had for the buildings, with charities, community interest companies, and local groups have sought to take forward and co-locate with our libraries. It is a fantastic opportunity for our library buildings to transform and grow so that they not only provide book lending services, but all the additional services that viable groups may want to provide. Mr. Mayor, we have seen a prime example of how well a facility is operating by our exemplary Moorway Swimming Complex, which has seen hundreds of thousands of users since its opening, a proud landmark of this administration. And to help with the future ongoing pressures, we are seeking interest from external providers who can help facilitate the running of the Springwood Leisure Centre and Derby Arena. This will help expand our fantastic of facilities with our external partners with the aims and objectives of this council. This leads me on to our corporate resources, where it will continue to be transformed in our Working Smart programme, which is to be effective, efficient and economic. Our plans include rationalisation of our unused assets, opening hours and investment in IT. And that leads me on to our digital infrastructure, which we have invested heavily recently due to the needs from the pandemic. This has helped deliver accessible services for all, in particularly via online capabilities with My Account. We will soon be expanding this with our new AI chatbot, which will help anyone with requests for any services and any changes they would like to make. And this has been proven successful in other councils across the UK. We must not be afraid to embrace the ever-changing digital agenda to help us become more efficient in service delivery and allow our officers more time to be used elsewhere in their respective departments in the interest of service delivery. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has engaged in the public consultation process regarding our budget and for making their feelings known about what matters to them, and we have certainly listened. Historically, under a Labour administration, there has been a great deal of contempt towards the residents with regards to listening to feedback from their budget consultations, a position this Conservative administration would never align with. Thanks to additional grant funding from the settlement and with the use of one-off funding from council tax collection rates, we have listened and acted upon residents' comments and views highlighted in the consultation process. So, Mr. Mayor, we have reversed our proposal to freeze allowances for foster carers. Instead, they will rise by 2.3%, recognising the amazing work our foster carers here in Derby are doing. We have some of the best foster carers in the UK, and without them, it would create an even bigger pressure in our own children's services. There will also be a continuation of the Exit from Care team in children's social care, so children and young people can continue to receive specialist support to help them stay with their families. In adults, we have put in an additional investment in £89,000 to respite services, in recognition of the invaluable work from those who care for close friends and family. I'm also delighted to see, for the first time, a rolling budget for Derby's Christmas offer, with £200,000 allocated for 23-24, and then £150,000 a year permanently from 24-25, recognising the need to increase vibrancy in the city centre and support the local economy. Just recently, Lincoln has announced an end to its strong 40 years presence of a Christmas market, but this council and administration is committed to expanding its ever-growing offer with year-on-year improvements. Mr. Mayor, the grant reduction of 10% to the Museum Trust will now be phased over 3 years, which means a smaller reduction of £20,000 for the next year instead of the planned £60,000. We know how important our museums are to the city and for culture, and we are committed to working together for the future of leisure and culture in Derby. We will continue to look towards a healthy investment when the financial climate improves and support our trust whenever we can. In Street Pride and neighbourhoods, we have removed the proposed savings around a charging policy for replacement recycling containers and bins to ensure recycling remains accessible for all residents in the city. And street cleansing and public realm savings have been revised to support the good work that crews have been doing to keep our city clean. But, Mr. Mayor, the most importantly, we have established funding for our neighbourhoods to support locality team working. by reinstating part of the proposed savings as one-off funding for £109,000 and building back in £108,000 of permanent funding back into the budget. This is to continue with this community-focused led agenda. This is the work around the Better Together agenda and locality team model, which continues to be fantastic work. Finally, we see an additional £21,000 support to civic celebrations in your mayoralty team, Mr Mayor, which includes plans around the up-and-coming coronation of King Charles III, something that will be a historic occasion for all of us to witness. Mr Mayor, our response to the public consultation demonstrates this administration's willingness to listen and act on the issues that really matter to our residents, which shows the true leadership that is needed. But, Mr Mayor, it is also very important to highlight the hard work that Community Action Derby and our other third and voluntary sector partners are doing alongside with our council teams. They have helped develop a strategy and support network for anyone who is affected by the cost of living crisis. Community Action Derby, with funding from ourselves and central government, can give advice on housing and rental support, food, clothing, toiletries and furniture needs. They can offer advice and referral to help paying bills with one-off support. They also offer debt support and advice for increasing personal income, along with health and well-being. Last week, it was just announced that Derby City Council has been awarded an additional £4.5 million for Household Support Fund 4, taking a total of £11.5 million to date to support those who need it the most, and that support we welcome. Mr Mayor, I would like to address council tax. I know this is a very passionate and a very emotive subject for all of us, and one where no one wants to increase the maximum. It certainly isn't something I or this administration wants to do, or does it do so without good reason. However, the flexibility of allowing the increase is imposed on us by central government, and at the latest November budget from the Chancellor, it is expected by all councils to increase this to help with any funding gap. I would also like to highlight that over 44% of households receive the support of council tax relief schemes, meaning they only pay 30% of the total amount, protecting our most vulnerable and those who are struggling during the cost of living crisis. But, Mr Mayor, to put it simply, in my view, the council tax system is regressive and it's past its sell-by date. And just like business rates, central government should be seeking new funding formulas that need to help make local government affordable and sustainable for all. As council tax increase alone does not help bridge the gap on what we need to deliver, which is an effective and balanced budget. Mr Mayor, I do want to pay tribute and offer my utmost thanks to our workforce, who have been fantastic during these challenging times. But after consideration, the action with regards to the public consultation and some of the reinvestment into the key areas as I've just described, it does unfortunately mean there is a proposed reduced headcount in the council. We will always seek to use voluntary redundancy to mitigate potential headcount reduction, and we have agreed a small number of voluntary redundancy applications recently. The budget report proposes that there will be a removal of 61.20 vacant posts and a potential reduction of an estimated 79 posts by reason of redundancy. These figures are still estimated, as they will be subject to the outcome of a consultation process. This is something we have not undertaken lightly, and is something we would like to avoid, but the current budget constraints will not allow us to continue with the same size workforce for the foreseeable future, and ultimately, we will need to be a smaller council delivering our services. To conclude, Mr Mayor, this is not a budget we would have produced if the economic shocks of this last year did not come forward, but it is a circumstance that is beyond our control, but dictated that we must. Those in control of the council have a duty to present a balanced budget, a challenge and responsibility this administration has taken very seriously, and has done so with very best interests of this city in mind. Despite the continued offer of an open door discussion to any party, and particularly Labour, nothing has been forthcoming with any ideas or dialogue. This budget process has, however, given us some insight to what it would have been their response. Basically, the shirking and deflection of responsibility, coupled with a negative outlook that would stop any investment and buy-in from businesses and residents alike, starving off any belief that we can ride this storm and we will exit it all much stronger. Mr Mayor, it gives me some consolation that we were not, and subject to Labour's bleak anti-regeneration, inward-looking rhetoric that would take the city back to the dark ages. But thank you, Mr Mayor, and I do commend this budget to the Chamber. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? And do you wish to reserve your right? Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And once again, can I also start by thanking our officers for providing me and the rest of the Labour group with information needed to fully understand the proposed budget, the impact it will have on our city and the finances in general. This has been invaluable in forming our views and will make today's debate, I'm sure, much more informed. I will add at this point, though, Mr Mayor, that for the first year, certain information was withheld from the Labour group once we requested it, not at the will of any officer of this council, may I add. I'm specifically told it was a cabinet member refusing to release that information to our group. I know it's not been easy for many, if not most, of our officers who have worked so hard, not just on the budget, but throughout yet another difficult year, only to be rewarded with the threat of losing their jobs because of the mismanagement of the economy nationally, ongoing austerity, and the poor management of council finances by this out-of-touch and incompetent administration. It's a bad budget, and I'll tell you with a few examples and with quotes from our own officers, business leaders in our city and residents. It's definitely not a remarkable budget, as the leader has referred to previously. Interestingly, the Cabinet Member of Finance doesn't refer to it as being remarkable. I'll also like to remind the Cabinet Member and the leader it was back in November I met with them to work on a budget proposal together. Not one action was taken up from that meeting, and the first action was to lobby government on a joint basis. I'm still waiting now, a month later, to see that drafted letter we were both going to jointly sign and send on behalf of our city. £284 million worth of revenue to spend, with £16 million worth of cuts to services dressed as savings in this coming year alone. A further 3.8 million identified in years 2 and 3, additional to £17 million worth of cuts in those years that this administration won't even tell us what they are. Mr Mayor, 13 years of a Conservative government, 13 years of Conservative austerity, and 5 years of Conservative incompetence here in Derby has brought this council to the verge of going bust. Tory austerity has hit Derby hard and seen our city lose £750 million to date. If nothing else worries you or anyone who's minded to support this budget this evening, and there's lots to be worried about, just look through the sections in relation to the council's revenue reserves. The last 5 years has seen a drastic reduction in reserves. A reduction that just isn't sustainable. A further raid on reserves in this current year, when just last year's budget meeting, as Councillor Smale referred to, he stood there and said this council would be adding to reserves this year. His quote, not mine. That's now not happening. In fact, we're spending the reserves like they're going out of fashion and kicking any return to reserves down the road, again with no plan on how they would be put back. And I don't use the word incompetent lightly, Mr Mayor. It's not my style. But there isn't any other conclusion that you can use to describe this cabinet. The overspend for this financial year just proves my point. A year ago, they were being warned about not provisioning enough in the budget for the pay claim. and for other significant spends in areas like adult care and children's services. They just ignored that advice. I'm sure soon Councillor Alston will stand up and say, oh, don't worry about it. A budget's just a plan. It's a snapshot of what could happen in the coming year financially. And I totally get that. A budget should be a plan, but this isn't a plan. This is a bad budget. Mr. Mayor, just look at the chopping and changing since December, when the budget details were first released. The reduction in early help offer to children and the families. Reassessing vulnerable adults' care packages to focus on the most critical needs. This isn't all adults, this is vulnerable adults who are going to have their care packages reassessed. Libraries. Now, let me mention libraries. And I'll actually quote from the actual report in December: removal of council subsidy from community-managed libraries amounting to the closure from the 1st of April 23. That's what was said. That was in the Cabinet report that this administration approved. Then we get another Cabinet report saying closure will be delayed to the 1st of July. And then we get an addendum saying we've got the money for a full year. What a carry-on by a carry-on Cabinet. We now face privatisation of more of our leisure facilities and services, a reduction in public realm maintenance, including grounds and highways maintenance and street cleaning. I'm sure members will remember the failed publicity stunt with the water fountain in the marketplace. Maybe someone from the Cabinet will be able to remind us how long that fountain has actually run over the last 5 years. Halving the number of PPOs, reducing the hours the council house is open to serve the public. Scaling back on city centre regeneration, just at a time where our city centre and our business leaders need our support the most. Guidance from this administration. And the answer is, sorry, we're not bothered. Mr. Mayor, I could go on talking about the cuts, as there's hardly any part of the council that is untouched. Probably worst of all, Mr. Mayor, this budget pays absolutely no regard to the biggest cost of living crisis that we are seeing in generations. The Conservatives don't have an answer to the cost of living crisis because they are the cost of living crisis. It really isn't a remarkable budget. People will be paying more and getting a lot less. Yes, paying more. The maximum legal amount permissible, with the government realising how hard they have made it for local authorities. They've gone and changed the law to allow councils to increase council tax by as much as 4.99%. And is anyone in this chamber really surprised? That's exactly what this Cabinet are recommending now. Let's ignore the cost of living crisis. Let's ignore the damage caused by that disastrous distrust mini-budget, which the Cabinet member failed to mention. Let's ignore the fact everyone is paying more tax now than they ever had. Let's just propose to whack council tax up to the max again. Just what they've done every single year they've been in power. There is no chance whatsoever will we support this increase. No way at all. You have control of this council. You set your budget. You justify it to the residents of our city. Back to the discussions I've been having, Mr. Mayor. Officers tell me it's never been this bad. No leadership, no strategy, no ideas. Business leaders in our city and wider, in our city centre and wider, tell me how wasteful the council has become and how many of their ideas to help just get turned down. The Cabinet say one thing and do nothing. Residents regularly ask me, does the Cabinet actually know what they are doing? And it's really difficult to defend the Cabinet. The answer we all know is no. Mr. Mayor, the wasteful ideas just continue. We now know how bad the costly tent on the market was, so this year we'll have trees instead, which had to be cleared earlier than the time they were meant to be in the market square. Almost £9 million, this council alone, towards the 35 million on the incinerator since it was shut down, and now plans to restart it by spending millions more that we just don't have. Over £20 million on consultants in the last 4 years. The figure, again, obtained from our finance officers, £20 million in 4 years on consultants. And I'm told that figure could be higher because sometimes consultant costs aren't coded correctly. Members, you will recall last year, Cabinet Member for Finance pledged to become the most commercially driven council in the country. Millions of pounds were to be saved by becoming commercial. Yet when I asked for the details of the breakdown of those savings and how much we've achieved in commercial savings, the story is totally different. So, Mr. Mayor, I will repeat, this is a bad budget, a budget that I feel will overspend again, one that we won't support, and one which will fail to put money back into reserves. And at the same time, this council tax, this council cabinet is asking hard-pressed council taxpayers for the maximum permissible increase of 4.99%. There's no way we can support this budget, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shanker. I shall be returning to you should you wish to move an amendment at a later point. Councillor Skelton, you are your nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you earlier for your kind words. They're very much appreciated. Mr. Mayor, the council finds itself in a very serious situation with its finances. Government money is not keeping up with inflation. In other words, the council is getting a real terms cut. Yet the demand for services like children's social care, special educational needs and adult social care is rising. And these areas, as has been mentioned before, form the lion's share of the council's expenditure. Meanwhile, in the past few years, the government has spent multi-million pounds on buying substandard PPE that couldn't be used, and then more recently, paying the people who were trying to supply them those goods to dispose of it all. No wonder local government is getting a real terms cut from the Tory government in Westminster, because a whole load of money has been literally wasted. The government's mismanagement of the economy has had negative impacts across the whole of society. Their policies have led to the cost of living crisis. It wasn't the war in Ukraine, because I can remember last January, February, asking officers about inflation sort of heading on towards 7%, and that was before the invasion of Ukraine. Obviously, my concerns were not taken seriously at that time. So the policies have also led to an increase in red tape and costs for businesses, particularly those who import from or export to the EU. And it's making getting foreign direct investment into this country a lot more difficult. And I have been told that by people who work in that sphere. The Tories basically have well and truly shot the country in the foot. Against this backdrop, the council faces over £16 million in cuts for the coming financial year. And this is going to negatively impact on the most vulnerable in our community. While the changes that are outlined in 4.3.4 in the budget are welcome, they only scratch the surface on what is actually needed. I particularly welcome the U-turn done by the Cabinet on community managed libraries. The original budget document from December 2022 made it quite clear that the budget for CMLs was proposed to go, which would lead to the closure of those libraries, and has already been quoted by Councillor Shanker just recently. On Friday the 13th of January, the Cabinet member announced that the community groups and organisations could put in expressions of interest to run their libraries. The tight timetable outlined then was not practical, so I am very glad that some money has now been found to make the transition to new operators much smoother. But it should be noted that CMLs are not out of the woods yet. Business plans still have to be devised and then approved by Cabinet, and also more volunteers recruited to work in them. The Council finds itself in the position of needing to get new sources of income, and unfortunately it has not been particularly proactive in doing this. The comment just recently about making the Council, last year, the very much more commercially astute, we haven't really seen it, unfortunately. And it's baffling that even when new ideas are put forward, they're mocked in this chamber. Even when other councils have done the same things and we say, well, why don't we do that as well? You know, it's proven it to work. You know, it's just, nah, we're not going to do that. Sensible spend to save initiatives are not pushed forward as urgent when they should have been. And these attitudes have contributed to the current crisis in the Council's finances. Mr Mayor, the Liberal Democrat Group will be putting forward amendments to this budget to kick-start the process of getting a grip on the Council's budget situation. My colleagues will be outlining areas where beneficial change is absolutely needed. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, can I say well done to Simon Riley, and I wish him well for the future. I'm sure Cheshire will benefit from your professionalism. Mr Mayor, I've said before, and I will state again, that the council tax is a punitive tax used as a tool to blame of any increases to the local council rather than the government. I listened to Councillor Smale, and I have to agree with him that it is a regressive tax and it needs reform. The current system of the ratchet effect was introduced by a Labour government and used by every successive government since. It was seen as a clever device, and over the last 20 years, council tax has changed from being 40% income and 60% of government grant to 60% income and 40% government grant. That is what the ratchet effect achieves, and none of the mainstream parties have ever challenged it because they're all in it together. Passing the buck by reducing the amount in real terms by government and trying to force councillors to take the blame for increases in taxation through council tax. Whilst being clever, it is a deceitful way to treat councils and taxpayers. Since that ratchet effect, a Conservative government made the situation worse by introducing an add-on to council tax for social care, allowing it to pretend it cares about the social services in our country. This year, that add-on is 2%. We also have the Police and Crime Commissioners add-on of nearly 6% and Derbyshire Fire Service of over 6%. If this council votes for a new East Midlands elected mayor, eventually this will also be an add-on. For Band A taxpayers, this equates to more than £65 a year increase. And for Band D, which is the normal place that you look at things, it's nearly £100. Mr Mayor, this budget should be reflective of the people of Derby, not reflective of crass impositions made by this government. This budget should reflect on what is happening in the streets of Derby. There has been an exponential increase in the number of food banks, and it is a disgrace that people have to resort to them. We even have pop stars purchasing scanners and reducing waiting lists by 10% in a day. It is a tragedy created by this government. Ordinary people are not only hit by these disgusting tax rises, they have been hit by the cost of living increases with energy. So many people are living in fear of being able to heat or eat. It was only a few weeks ago you reported a £16 billion budget gap, and now you have a balanced budget. It doesn't make sense. On top of that, with the County Council, we have spent £34 million keeping a not fit for purpose incinerator, and you now want to resurrect this white elephant. The money you've wasted is unbelievable. The stories you tell are incredulous. No wonder people despair about local government. It should not be happening. We are a relatively rich country, and so people know that the country's finances are not being run properly. Do people know that for many consecutive years, North West Leicestershire Council has not raised council tax? Yet ours have been maxed out. Derby City Council has been blighted for many years with wasteful councillors from both the Labour Party and now the Conservative Party. Strangely and amusingly sinister is that when Labour are in charge, the Tories take great pleasure in condemning them for high council tax increases. And now we have the Conservatives in charge, Labour condemning them for high council tax increases. You both are deceitful to the voters in this city. We have council officers whose principal job is to maximise the council tax, and so every year they recommend to the Cabinet a maxed out council tax increase. And we all go through this process of, if you don't, what are you going to cut? It's like maxing out your credit card, only it isn't your credit card, it's the people of Derby's credit card. With the high percentages that are voted in by other parties each year, Reform members do not believe we should impose any council tax increases this year to go some way towards helping the financial pressures where those on low incomes are facing and suffering. I would like to remind you that people pay council tax have no choice. Unlike buying goods and services where if you don't like the increases, you shop around. Council taxpayers cannot shop around, and we should remember that when we impose any increase. Council tax affects the poorer and lower income people far more than well-to-do people, like all the councillors here tonight. My councillors meet a handful of constituents that come to us asking what they can do. I have to say, one specific resident is contemplating suicide because of the increased prices. How can I justify any increase to him? He works hard as a self-employed man and hasn't put the heating on all over Christmas, and he eats very little. Council tax is a regressive tax that can make a difference between food on the table and heating a home for those just eking out a living. Each year, this council adds to the burden of those who can least afford it. A £65 increase on low wage equals a far bigger proportion of their income than somebody on higher salaries. Mr. Mayor, I'll be urging my group to vote against any increase. Thank you.
Councillor Ingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity to speak. I can't really add much more than what's already been said. What I will say is that we should not be increasing council tax. We should not be expecting people to pay more and receive less. That's fundamentally wrong. Over the last fortnight, Celia and I have had to create a food bank in Chellaston. I'm going to say that again, a food bank in Chellaston. Chellaston is a nice, leafy area of the city, and we have normal working families coming and using a food bank. That's shocking. So my group will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. It turns us to Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment. The amendment, I think, officer will put on the screen.
Just for information, Council, this amendment has not been seen by officers in advance. Therefore, once you have seen it, I intend to adjourn the meeting so that the officers can give their professional consideration to its implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my speech on the amendment pretty simple. It's self-explanatory. I'll not talk about any of the commercial sensitivities associated with this particular project, but basically to achieve a means to an end, I propose that the Council Cabinet should not enter into the inter-authority agreement, commonly known as inter-authority agreement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I believe, in relation to the incinerator on Sinfin Lane, nor commence the procurement exercise. So we ask Cabinet not to do that, and the monies associated with that, both in the revenue budget and the capital budget, is left in reserves. We've already spent an awful lot of amount on this plant, and going forward, I don't believe we should be spending a further penny on trying to get a plant which obviously doesn't work, get it working when there are no performance guarantees going forward that it can and will work even at a reduced rate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Revenue budget, the capital budget is left in reserves.
Okay, we'll adjourn then for an initial 10 minutes. Thank you. taken legal and financial advice, and I rule the amendment inadmissible on the grounds that it does not change the budget. Councillor Shankar, would you care to continue with your contribution without mentioning the amendment you just that has been ruled out of order?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, and following those discussions, I have submitted to the Head of Member Services an alternative wording for that one sentence to actually read that the capital and revenue costs associated with the project removed from the budget and the equivalent reduction applied to the council tax level to be set.
Thank you. Can you just take some advice if you'll bear with me? That is in order. Councillor Shankar, would you like to continue proposing? And I will ask for a seconder. Councillor Peatfield, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a great deal more I'm going to add from the original wording that I spoke to before the adjournment. Just added that clarification in there too. As advised by officers, the concern was the original motion didn't achieve my intended end. I think now with that addition, it makes it quite clear to remove the funding, both capital and revenue, for the incinerator project and apply an appropriate level, which I'm sure our financial officers will calculate what that means as in a reduction to the council tax.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to advise the council at this point, and I have to ask the public to, if you would, please, can you leave the gallery because this has to be done in private.
Adjourn.
In which case I will adjourn. But please, councillors don't leave the room. It's the public. Thank you. I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to advise the council at this Councillor Shanker, you have the floor.
I think you sat down. Had you sat down?
Had you finished your contribution? Okay.
You speak now. Councillor Poulter.
Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very simple question for Councillor Shanker. Would he, for the benefit of the council and the public, state his honest intentions in bringing this motion, intended or otherwise?
You don't have to answer that, Councillor Shanker, but I invite you to do so if you would.
I'm more than happy, Mr. Mayor, to answer that. Councillor Poulter knows my views quite clearly on the incinerator project. We had a lengthy debate in a confidential, secretive cabinet meeting where I expressed my views, and I won't repeat all that here in public for obvious reasons, but I don't think the option the cabinet chose to repair or attempt to start a procurement exercise to repair and restart the plant is in the best interests of this council, and the better, less riskier option, in my opinion, would clearly be to draw a line on this wasteful project and the associated spend. My intention, through constitutional means, through the budget process, as full council is entitled to do, is make provisions to stop this nonsense of trying to get this plant up and running again.
Councillor Poulter.
If I may come back, Mr. Mayor, yes, by all means. Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Shanker. So it's clear from that that your intention in bringing this amendment is not to amend the budget, but to amend the lawful procedure of a key decision taken in Cabinet. In that circumstance, it can surely not be permissible. Thank you.
Councillor Ingle, so much to contribute. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say this very slowly just so that somebody can stop me if I'm veering on something I'm not allowed to say. The plant that we're talking about is 1/4 ours and 3/4 the county council's. My understanding of what's been put to us is that we want to wash our hands of it, step back from it, and leave it to the county council. This amendment. We have no idea how the county council will react to that. Personally, if I was the county council, I would be pretty furious. But I'm not, so just bear that in mind. The county council will then need to decide to do something. It's a lot wealthier than we are, and therefore it might decide that the best option is to continue doing what it's currently doing without any input from the city. That would mean that we have a plant running in the city entirely under the control of the county council without any say from ourselves, the representatives of the people of Derby. I am not comfortable with that, and I will vote against this amendment.
Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think members of the council will know that I've always been against the incinerator. I think the incinerator is a terrible thing for this city. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing for the people, particularly those that live closest near it. I welcome this amendment. I think it's a very well thought out amendment. Well done, Councillor Shanker. You've certainly caused a stir in this council. You've caused a stir, particularly the senior officers that have been advising everybody not to support this amendment, and for all sorts of various reasons. And the threat that we could bankrupt the council. Well, to me, the choice is...
Can I just remind you that I provided my advice in private session?
I'm sorry, but I think that is a well-known thing that's been said, so I'll withdraw that, Mr. Mayor. However, what we have to do is decide whether we choose people or whether we choose money. And for me, it will always be the people. Are the people safe with having an incinerator around them, or are they not? It's interesting that the leader of the council asked Councillor Shanker whether this was about stopping the incinerator. And he was very clear, yes, it is. And that is another reason why my group will support this amendment, because we need to stop the incinerator. I hear what Councillor Kerr said, but remember, Councillor Kerr, as an authority, we have to give the waste treatment licence. We have that ability. Well, they're on our land. We have to give that. Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm sure we will have some influence over that. And I think we have to make a serious decision here tonight as to whether you support the monetary aspect of this, what this motion is putting forward, or whether you support the people aspect of this motion. Because what we need to do is protect the people that are in our city. And that is one of the things that we must fundamentally do. And I think an incinerator will actually cause a lot of ill health, particularly in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier this evening, I withdrew my motion, which really is related to this. It was related to the air quality monitoring around the incinerator. And ideally, I'd stated it should be in at least a year before the incinerator's up and running. So we've got historical data, background data, available to the public live 24/7, so that everybody knows what the emissions truly are. Now, today, at item 9, we voted for the minerals, Derbyshire and Derbyshire Minerals Local Plan. And that's where it had the clean air zone mentioned in it for Derby City Centre. And it talks about nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide is one of the elements that will be, well, not elements, one of the compounds that will be coming out of the incinerator. So we're talking about restricting traffic in Derby because of unclean emissions from vehicles. But at the same time, we're trying to promote putting emissions into Derby through an incinerating plant. It's quite simple, really. We either poison the people of Derby or we don't. I know where I'm voting. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, and many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I entirely agree with what Councillor Kerr was saying. I think we're taking on unquantifiable risks with this. The issue is Derby has to deal with its own waste. If we don't have an incinerator, what are you going to do with it? Pour it all into somebody's backyard? We don't want to be trucking it. That gives waste miles. We have to deal with our waste, and I shall be voting against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I've just got to ask Councillor Graves. My understanding is, and I wasn't here at the time, but my understanding was that Councillor Graves went to Sweden.
Norway.
Or Norway then, very close by, with Councillor Williamson, and came back extolling the virtues of these incinerators, and was on the cabinet that voted for it to go out to Sinfin. Am I right there, Councillor Graves?
That I will take as a rhetorical question because Councillor Graves has already spoken on this amendment. Are there any other speakers on the amendment before I ask Councillor Peakfield? Councillor Peakfield, you're seconding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do believe that this amendment is in the best interests of the people of Derby. And though this evening we've been warned and possibly scared a little into being told that there's about an unknown and unquantifiable risk, we feel vehemently that attempting to open the plant will cause an unknown and unquantifiable risk. And that's not just a financial risk. That is also a personal risk to the residents of Derby, particularly those that live in the vicinity of the plant. So we wholeheartedly recommend this recommendation. We are prepared to do whatever it takes to stall and ensure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Those in favour of the amendment, please show.
Does it need to be recorded?
Does have to be recorded. All right. Okay, we'll do that.
Recorded.
Yeah.
Point of clarification. If a decision is made this evening and all councillors participate in it, then what is the liability for all those councillors?
There is no liability, Councillor Webb.
Right, we'll have a recorded vote then. Alex, would you like to do the honours?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will members please indicate when I read their names whether you are for or against the amendment as proposed by Councillor Shanker, please. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Barker. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr. Councillor Dinter. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
Abstain.
Councillor Graves. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Heselgrave.
For.
Councillor Hussain. Councillor Celia Ingle.
Abstain.
Councillor Phil Ingle.
Abstain.
Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jennings, just to confirm you're voting against. Yeah. Councillor Jagir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lind.
Against.
Councillor Lindsay. Councillor Lonsdale.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Pattison. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton. Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Williams. And the Mayor, Councillor Wood. Mr. Mayor, the amendment is lost.
So we continue with the substantive debate on the budget.
Councillor Scott.
Yes,
Next amendment.
I'd be interested in the figures. I think I probably you can all see them. Oh, right. 1923. Okay, thank you. Councillor Skelton, it's your turn to have your.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
don't make us adjourn. I'm sure you won't.
Somewhat later than I anticipated. So, I don't know whether the budget amendment form has been circulated or is being circulated at the moment. People will recall from the last meeting of the council in January that I put forward a motion.
Councillor Skelton, can you hang on just a second while it's circulated so people can see what you're trying to tell us?
Have you presumably all got a copy in your group?
Not all of us, no.
Emily, just tell Roy he's not going to jam it, is that okay? I know.
Probably remember the surcharging of councillors.
Golfing, isn't it?
Have we got some?
It does, right at the bottom.
This has been to the officers in advance and it is admissible. Councillor Skelton, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members will recall from the last council meeting in January that as a result of the motion that I brought, the whole issue of Allestree Hall, Park and Golf Course is now being looked at by Audit and Governance Committee, of which I'm very pleased that that's the case. Since then, Historic England have become more interested in actually making preparations to reopen, looking at the designation of the parklands, gardens and where the golf course is as well. So as the amendment here says, that this £10,000 is what the Historic England themselves believe will be sufficient to cover the extra research that is needed to allow their committee to make a decision on the grade listing of the parkland at Allestree Hall. So we need to be very mindful that you know, that they wouldn't reopen this and relook at this in such a short period of time that they have done from previously looking at it if they weren't actually convinced that it was worth doing so. Normally they don't reopen things any sooner than 5 years after having looked at it once, but this time they are actually interested in looking at it now and are assembling people to do that work. I think it's only right as an authority that we actually don't go ahead and destroy potential heritage assets by carrying on with the rewilding at the moment. We need to pause that in order to allow Historic England to do the work that they need to do. It isn't right that a public authority should be obstructing a body like Historic England, and I wouldn't want the council to be seen in that light publicly. This amendment has been seen by the Section 151 officer and has been approved that it is in order, and therefore I ask council to vote for it, and let's sort this thing out once and for all. We need, as I say, by doing this, if we get a listing, say, of grade 2 on this landscape, it actually increases the value of our asset. And we've been talking all this evening about how short of money we are. And I mentioned in my speech earlier that we need to start looking at, you know, ways to raise money. And this is a way to raise money. There's at least one other council has recently done this same sort of thing that we are faced with here, i.e. has sold similar property for I think £57 million. Even if we don't get anywhere near that, you know, if we get 15 million, I would be extremely glad, and so would, I'm sure, everybody in this room would be. Do we want to just, you know, throw away that opportunity and not even bother investigating it? I certainly don't want to be like that. and I hope council will see the benefits of doing this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that amendment seconded? Councillor Apple. Okay, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you. Any other speakers on this amendment? Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We seem to be setting a bit of a precedent here tonight. Here we are again, making a proposal that has potentially an unquantifiable I'll carry on. Here we are again. We seem to have a proposal, an amendment that represents an unquantifiable cost for the council, because the ramifications of spending £10,000 on a reassessment of the listing value of the park could be significant to the council. At the end of the day, my understanding was that previously Historic England looked into this and this arrangement on Alistair Park, and it was quoted to me as they declared no interest whatsoever in giving this park a listing of in any way, shape or form. In addition to that, another parallel with the previous amendment was that this actually seeks to subvert the execution of an executive decision of the council.
We can't really hear the leader speaking. Could they speak up, please?
Another similarity with the previous motion is that this amendment seeks to subvert an executive decision of this council, which was already lawfully taken and will cause significant costs to the council. I'd like clarity on what councillor's suggestion is. Here's what she's saying. She wants to sell Alistair Park and Hall to a buyer for 57 million. She concedes that it's not worth anything like 15 million, but the principle here is, what she's suggesting is that we should list this park and sell it to a private buyer. Now, that's not possible, in my understanding, in relation to Alistair Park because of various covenants, etc. So, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest and ask the legal officer if this is not another example of trying to subvert executive decision and democratic function of the executive of this council in dangerous circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't think this is an attempt to subvert the executive. Please take your seat. Because whatever decision is made about this £10,000 taking it out of one pot, putting it into the other, doesn't commit the executive to spend it on anything at all. But I'll ask Emily to prove me right or wrong.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. It would still remain executive business as to how that £10,000 was allocated if the council, if the executive wished to spend it, and on what it was to spend it on.
Okay. Any other speakers on the yes, Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I mean, I have to say that my initial reaction to this is one of total confusion. I don't think the amendment and the wording in it relates to anything that's actually going on in Alistair Park at the moment, or makes any sense in relation to what has happened or is going to happen. So I just wonder whether any of the Lib Dems have ever actually visited Alistair Park, as particularly recently. But I mean, where is this conservation area around the park? I actually lived there, so please let me know, Mr. Mayor, if I'm in breach of any rules, because I'm not aware of one. I mean, then this idea that the parks and gardens were historic, important in their own right, And then we've got, I don't know what time frame we're on here, because then since then we have had the golf course, and now we're saying that this rewilding would irreparably damage these assets which existed before in some state before the golf course. That doesn't make any sense to me. And then when it talks about landscaping and rewilding that's going on in Allestree Park, well, if anybody's been to Allestree Park recently, you'll see that all that's happened is that the grass is longer. We had some nice cows there over the winter, and some people are against the idea of the cows coming back. I'm not. But that's what it all amounts to. So I just can't really make... So, but I think there is a more serious point here. The point when people are suffering a cost of living crisis, when they can't put the heating on, when they can't, sorry, calm down, but when they can't actually, buy food, when we're in a climate crisis, as they're often telling us, here they are wanting £10,000 for this completely bogus idea that is just totally ridiculous. And a lot of all this process of rewilding Allestree Park, etc., will be looked at by the Ordnance Accounts Committee anyway. So I ask everybody to just quickly vote down this amendment. It's getting late. Our group will be voting against it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion. In the scheme of things, £10,000 is a very small amount. I've done electrical work in the past on Allestree Hall, and it's been in limbo for decades and decades. And who knows what assets might be hidden there and might be there. And so really, to just pause and do this, why would you not do that? I mean, this council no doubt knocked down Mark Eaton Hall in the 1960s and other prestigious buildings. And why do we want to destroy what we've potentially got instead of preserving it? So for me, it's a no-brainer, really. And it's also highlighted another problem with what Councillor Poulter was saying earlier, and the executive decisions, the cabinet system. The cabinet system, hasn't it let us down badly over the last few weeks and months? Committee system, which is what the Conservatives originally agreed to do in 2018 manifesto. Thank you.
Well, we're going all over the place, and I'm going to invite Councillor Atwell to second if he wishes to. Thank you. It is moved to the vote. Those in favour of the Liberal Democrats?
It's recorded.
Oh, got to record it. Okay, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will members please indicate when I read their names whether they are for or against the amendment as it was moved by Councillor Skelton, please. Councillor Atwell. For. Councillor Barker. Councillor Bonser. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Graves. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hazelgrave. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Celia Ingle.
For.
Councillor Phil Ingle.
For.
Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lind.
For.
Councillor Lindsay. Councillor Lonsdale.
For.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shankar. Councillor Skelton.
For.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Williams. And the Mayor, Councillor Wood, please.
Against.
That concludes the voting. The amendment is lost by 23 votes against to 16 for.
Thank you.
Any further speakers before I ask the seconder on the substantive motion? In which case, Councillor Poulter, do you wish to speak on the substantive motion as seconder? Nobody's come up with another amendment. I've just asked if anybody else wanted to speak. Is there or is there not another amendment?
Right. But there's no amendment from any other group? No.
In which case, let's hear Councillor Lynn's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, this has been approved. We've put before you all today an amendment to the budget which will fund much needed provision in our city. I'll wait to give it to everybody. Is that okay?
Councillor Skelton is seconding. Thank you. I tried.
You almost got there. Almost.
Yeah, this is, it has been approved in advance as acceptable. So, Councillor Lind, please address the Council.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we put before you all today an amendment to the budget which will fund much needed provision in our city. I propose that the budget is amended to allocate 9 million from the approved SEND capital budget to design, develop and build a new city special school for children and young people which specialises in autism spectrum disorder. For years we have known of this need due to rising numbers within our local area, but both the ruling and previous administrations have done nothing to ensure that there are firm investment plans to make this happen and address this issue, even when the council identified the capital resources to do so. This at a time when there has clearly been significant increase in children having their needs met out of the city and at great cost. In July 2016, the council identified that the primary need for out-of-area placements was ASD, accounting for 47%, of which most children were identified at the time as both male and female, aged between 14 and 16. 26% of the total of out-of-area placements were children aged 16 plus. And it was further identified at this time that children aged 16 plus was a critical age group to target when considering providing in-area support and provision for them. In May 2019, the council again identified that the primary need for more than 50% of out-of-area placements within the HCP, Education, Health and Care Plan, was autism. This was compared with 35% of all other children within the HCP. I have provided as further supporting evidence within the amendment presenting the number of pupils and costs which continue to rise from 349 pupils in 2020 to 2021 at a cost of over £11.5 million to the most recent figures of 471 pupils overall, reaching over a staggering £19.5 million. So you have to ask, what impact are the measures currently put in place to reduce out-of-area spend having? And what impact will more of the same have for children and young people who cannot cope within mainstream school environments? What impact is this having to these children and young people and their families? Looking at the rising trends in the figures we see, very little, unless we act, and we act now. While it was right and proper that we also ensure a focus on early intervention and a graduated response, and I thank the current Cabinet member for her work on this, it cannot be done in isolation without appropriate support structures and provision to meet the needs of the local area. We need both support in mainstream and we need more specialist provision to meet local need. We know there will always be a need within this cohort for more specialist provision currently being sought out of area to meet the needs of our children and young people. I want to be clear here too, that we are not proposing that the council force any child or young person from out of area schools back to Derby. I'm well aware of the trauma that many have faced not having accessible provision to meet their needs here locally. What we are saying is that we should ensure that appropriate provision is made available within the local area to ensure the city has suitable provision to meet the needs of its children and young people moving forward. With the current administration, supported by Labour, currently taking a butcher's knife to home-to-school transport of children and young people with special educational needs, the need for local provision becomes even more urgent as continued missed opportunities now need to be addressed. There are several sites that the council owns that can be looked at in commissioning this school, such as the old Homeland School playing fields off Kitchener Avenue, for instance. Derby Conservatives' 2022 manifesto said they will deliver protection and investment in children's services, ensuring that our youngest and oldest residents receive the care and protection that they need, building new schools, classrooms and care facilities. Yet here we see that many children and young people aren't getting their needs met and are having to go out of area to do so.
Councillor
and at high
Lind,
cost.
your time is up. Please resume your seat.
I've nearly finished, just one little bit.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Skelton, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I need to ask really what planet Councillor Lind is on, because £9 million will not deliver you a school. And, you know, that's a fact. That's not me standing here trying to be clever. That's me stating a fact. It's going to cost between 12 and 15 million, basically, to build a secondary school. She says that nothing's been done. Well, I beg to differ. And if she had been doing her job properly as Chair of Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny, she would have been asking those questions about impact that she's only bringing up tonight. And she clearly hasn't done that, because we're standing here tonight with a motion in front of us that is just unbelievable. So let me just tell you a bit about what we have been doing. So we have been looking at our STEM commissioning strategy, and we're close to publishing our new one. And that will give us a clear vision of how many places are needed, what is the area of need, if it's essential to us in what we can do, but it's also essential that we use data and intelligence to make sure that we get that right. You can't just come to full council and throw a figure out there and say that it will solve all the problems of our children going to the right school at the right time in the right place. That's just not acceptable. You can't do that. And let me tell you a little information. If you go and have a look at what Kent did a couple of years ago when they had the problem with sufficiency in terms of STEM places, they built, I believe, and I may be wrong in my figures here, so I accept that I may be wrong there, but the details are that they built, I believe, 7 new SEND schools. And the next day, after them being built, they were filled up and their out-of-area placements increased. So our SEND strategy is actually looking at making sure that the places that we deliver are, where possible, in mainstream, that we encourage inclusivity, that we encourage children to get the education closer to home, that we encourage children to actually be in the schools where they can mix with their peers and mix with their friends and their family. I'm sorry, have I gone over time? Because the time says 5 minutes.
We've got to start.
I mean,
You've had 3.5.
Okay, I could go on forever, but I think you get my point. You know, at the end of the day, we have spent a long time working on our strategy with all of our partners in the local area. This isn't about me saying what I think is best. This is what the local area SEND strategy is about. It's local area. It's not just councillor. It's not Councillor Williams. It is the actual NHS, the schools, the social care system, the local authority. It's about all of our strategy to try and get the right place for our schools. £9 million is not going to do that for one school. It's not going to solve the problems. So, you know, I would urge people to vote against this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, regrettably, I think we're going to vote against this. I think, like Councillor Williams, you can't just bring something on the back of a fag packet and expect us to approve it. There's almost no detail in it at all. And yeah, in principle, of course, we appreciate that there's a massive problem with SEND provision coming down the road. It's increasingly bad. And we would rather not have children going out of area. But in terms of this, I'm afraid it's just not sufficient for us to support it. So we're going to vote again. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelgrave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This poses more questions than it answers. I do think that it's a big issue and a rising issue of how neurodiverse children are provided with a good quality education and whether it should be mainstream or should it be in a special school. But this talks about a school that mentions figures from 11 to 16 and post-16. What about primary? Is it going to be an all-through school from 5 or even reception? If there is a diagnosis at reception, does it go through from 5 to 16 and then with a sixth form provision on top? Or are there separate units? One for primary, are we talking about different buildings? 2 different buildings, more cost. All sorts of issues. I think there are things here that need to be looked at, but I don't think it's at the stage where this council could come to a decision and be reasonably expecting that it was making good use of public money to solve the problem. I do think it's a problem. I don't think this is the answer.
Anybody else on this amendment before Councillor Ingle?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very good amendment. I think it's something that we should be encouraging to have the children of Derby educated in Derby. We haven't got any facilities remotely like this. I think you're being very short-sighted, if I'm honest with you. And I think that we actually need to vote for this and get it delivered. Thank you.
Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. Again, for me, it's a no-brainer. If we're spending just under £20 million on placing children outside of the area, £20 million, even if this does exceed the 9 million cost and it goes up to 12 or 15 to build, it's going to pay back itself very quickly.
Yeah. Can we, any more on this amendment before I ask Councillor Skelton to second? Councillor Skelton, do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's incredible, some of the reactions of the last few speakers. Councillor Williams obviously doesn't realise that the figures that Councillor Lind has used are actually the figures that the council has provided Councillor Lind with. So, you know, if you're saying they're barking, I mean, it's your own figures. The can is on this whole subject has been kicked down the road for years and years and years, and nobody just wants to grasp it and get on with it. This is part of the problem that we've got at the moment with the budget situation. People don't grasp the issue early enough. It's, oh, manana. and off we go down the track. And as Councillor Lynn's figures demonstrated, both the number of children having to go out of area has increased considerably, as has the cost. You know, this should have been picked up a long time ago and things done about it. And the main reason is that children with ASD cannot cope, particularly in senior schools, with a large environment, 1,000, 1,200 fellow pupils. And that is the problem. And then the failed placements, we have children around the city who are out of education through no fault of their own, but because the council will not provide or can't provide at the moment in the city. Therefore, there's time wasted in trying to fight the parents, usually, and then eventually the parents manage to get, usually after appeals, a placement for their children, which is invariably out of area. We therefore then have a large number of pupils being transported outside the city, which of course impacts on our home to school transport budget. Doing more of the same is not going to solve the problem, and doing more of the same that we've been doing over the past few years has clearly not solved the problem, because the actual statistics prove it hasn't. Councillor Whitby's comment about doing this on the back of a fag packet, it certainly is not. I mean, maybe the amendment that was first put in this chamber this evening, which caused the delays and adjournments, maybe that was back of a fag packet, considering it was only submitted to the Section 151 officer during the meeting. So I'm not going to take any rubbish from Councillor Whitby on back of fag packets. So, you know, Labour also in their last manifesto said they'd increase local special educational needs provision. But yes, it seems, as did the Conservatives. And yet there is documentary evidence from the Council's own information that there's a cohort of pupils that need this provision. Why then, if there isn't a need for a school, did Councillor Williams and senior officers put forward a bid, a request, or whatever you like to call it, to the Department of Education for a free school for children with ASD at Alistry Hall, in fact, which to date I think has been unaccessed, certainly hasn't been given the go-ahead by the Department of Education. But they must have felt there was a need, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. So, you know, I'm just being logical. Sorry. So I think all the reaction to Councillor Lynn's motion just shows really why we're in the situation we are, because people have just refused to face the issue and get on and deal with it, sadly. But that just shows, you know, the lacking in the council. But we can change that. We can vote for this and get something moving. We might not have all the money right at the beginning, but then, hey, you're so keen on redeveloping the assembly room site and you've only got probably about a third of the money. And you're saying, yes, it's going ahead. So you can't have it both ways. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skelton. Recorded vote again. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read councillors' names, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the motion, the amendment as proposed by Councillor Lind, please. Councillor Atwell. For. Councillor Barker. Councillor Bond. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt. Councillor Graves. Thank you. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hasselgrave. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Seeley-Ringle. Councillor Fillingle. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lind.
For.
Councillor Lindsay. Councillor Lonsdale.
For.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton.
For.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Williams. And the Mayor, Councillor Wood, please. Concludes the voting. The amendment is lost by 30 votes to 16.
Are there any further amendments from the Reform Group? Answer okay, there none. Any from the Independents? In which case, are there any from the floor? And Councillor Poulter, you have... What? Councillor Kerr? Just...
I was hoping to speak on the substantive, Mr Mayor.
You have the right to do so now.
Thank you. And I want to talk about this in principle. We are all here, I hope, certainly hope we're all here, because we want to do the best we can for the city and for the people, our citizens in Derby. We've clearly had a number of issues this evening where there have been ideas put forward which are very close to people's hearts, which they would like to see happening. Now, those that come from the administration group can address those and pick those up and debate them in a way that those from opposition groups have not been able to. We have talked in the past, there have been opportunities given, come along, tell the Cabinet member your good ideas. Come and have a discussion with us. But in reality, if we are going to have any meaningful cross-party discussion and using the experience and wisdom of our officers to put together a budget that is really putting the different aspects, putting the wisdom of all of us, considering it and putting it together, we need a much better way of thinking about how we deal with libraries. Last summer, we knew there was a report that was due on libraries. We knew it was unlikely to be funding for libraries. We could have been starting last summer at getting community groups aware of the issue, and by this stage, we could have handed over that responsibility, and the council itself could have been making savings. We need to plan further ahead. All the commercial issues that we had in last year's budget, which I think Councillor Shanker had raised, if we actually wanted to do something on a commercial front, and I put forward a couple of amendments which would require us to have a more commercial, financially, private sector investment attitude, we might be able to do it. We might be able to get investment into the city that we really want without having to argue about it and get nowhere with it on a meeting like this. So I just hope my plea to whoever is running this council after May and the officers who are supporting them, please can we find a way of getting the budget considered throughout the year in a way that we can all contribute to it, so that we can have a better budget, better plans for the whole of Derby and all our citizens. Thank you.
Councillor Hesselgrave. Change your mind.
No, he's standing up, he stood up.
Mr Mayor, this budget is the latest version of an unpalatable and toxic cake concocted by this Tory administration and the austerity ingredients supplied by the government and to be force-fed to the people of Derby. The administration has risen to the challenge, that's Councillor Smale's words, in serving this up, but they do have form. 4 similar offerings in the previous 4 years, the first of which with the help of the Liberal Democrats. It follows a 13-year pattern of Tory central government austerity, which cumulatively has deprived this city of £750 million, £750 million. Sorry, £750,000 million. No, 750 with 6 noughts. £750 million. How many lives in the city have been blighted by this? How much has it stifled any attempt to draw over the past 13 years to address profound health inequalities in Derby? How much has it compounded them? How much has it frustrated opportunities for our children and young people, both in their education, their hope of gaining apprenticeships, and setting forth on productive life in a good quality employment? I could highlight many other consequences of this ever-deepening hollowing out of the city. When it comes to the budget debates with this administration, it's Groundhog Day. Mr. Mayor, the only hope of a change of fortunes for Derby and the nation as a whole is the election of a Labour government to replace this tired and uncaring government, inimical by instinct to local government finance and indifferent to the consequences of this. I see nothing of merit here. It's a bad budget, to say the very least.
Just to let you know, and I see Councillor Cuss has brought in a takeaway. I did tell you to bring breakfast. We can sit here till 11:14 before we have to decide whether to carry on. All right. Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to focus on my shadow portfolio of regeneration, decarbonisation, strategic planning and transport. Thanks to the shocking mismanagement of council finances over the last 5 years, Derby this year can look forward to less highway inspections, less regeneration activity, less officers in traffic and transport, and in particular relating to public transport, £100,000 reduction in staff covering climate and waste, less trees planted, and, Mr. Mayor, I know you'll be concerned about this, we have to pay to pee at Derby bus station. So, at a time when we desperately need to increase public transport use, we need a carbon zero city, we need immediate action on the climate catastrophe, we need drastic regeneration and strategic planning for our city. Residents of Derby are paying more and getting so much less. At a time when our planet is spiralling into climate and ecological breakdown, you reduce the resources required to play our part in protecting our future. Now, Councillor Smale can blame Putin all he wants, but we all know that your Westminster masters have crippled our council over 13 years of austerity, and this administration have kicked away the crutches. You have feathered your political nest, putting politics before people, spending reserves instead of making difficult but responsible decisions over your term. The shameful shenanigans, amendments, addendums, backpedalling and half-hearted U-turns prove you have only politics in mind. If you were truly a responsible administration, if you were truly putting people first, you would never have proposed cuts to parks budgets, libraries budgets, climate budget, neighbourhoods budget. If you were truly putting people before politics, your U-turns would put these budgets back permanently and not just for 1 year, in a cynical attempt to get past May and remain in control. This budget, like your administration, is a sticking plaster for a gaping wound, a wound caused by Conservatives in control of this country and in control of this council. A Labour administration in Derby will put people before politics. We will run a council that listens to residents, businesses, charities, and to our partners, and we will do the right thing regarding climate breakdown. If we are elected to run this council in May, We will review this budget to ensure that Derby City Council's priorities are aligned with those of the residents of Derby. One resident comment in the budget consultation sums up perfectly Derby Labour's thinking. The resident commented, "You seem to be increasing costs to Derby residents, all whilst reducing services across the board. Perhaps you should consider selling the Sinfin waste processing facility, which is costing millions per year to stand idle." Costing millions per year to stand idle. That sounds rather like an analogy for this administration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Is there anybody else? No, the seconder has a right to speak. Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reality is, Mr. Mayor, we heard from the Tory leadership that everything is rosy and more investment is being made in Derby. This ignores the fact that for 13 years there have been cuts, and more cuts to local government and other public services. Firstly, under the name of austerity, and then through the failure of Tory and especially Truss economics, leading to the cost of living crisis and more misery for ordinary people. For Tory mistakes and lack of investment, local neighbourhood communities continue to suffer year on year. Much was made by Councillor Smale all those hours ago in his opening statements of protecting the neighbourhood board budget funding, but he failed to mention the cut of over £40,000 from compactor days for our neighbourhoods and cutting access to the Rainsways Household Waste Recycling Centre. We all, of course, know of their mess on community-managed libraries where uncertainty and risk still prevail. Councillor Smale and the budget also talks about how they will not change the blue bins replacement cost charges, how they have changed them, not cut street cleaning, not cut weed control, and save community managed libraries for 2 months. But what about beyond? There is no plan on this and many other things. And what happened to the capital funding for Market and Crematorium? We are losing service and income to other crematoria outside the city. There was talk about better together funding for locality working, and which actually needs a longer term plan and not some funding for 1 year, but year on year. Otherwise, claims of partnership working will be hollow words and doomed to fail. Mr. Mayor, this budget and plans are not good for Derby and is letting us all down.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make a swan song? Councillor Poulter, I'd almost forgotten your name.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the 5th attempt, I think, I, as seconder and leader of the council, didn't I get more than 5 minutes? Promise not to abuse that privilege, Mr. Mayor. Because my contribution's been significantly changed along the way as a result of other contributions tonight, but the first thing you have to do is to reiterate some thanks from the cabinet member responsible primarily for the public and partners in the city who, having responded to the consultation, we've responded to their concerns and we've built back into the budget cover for some of the more significant and more keen to be resolved effects on public services. And I'd like to thank them for that because we have taken into account all their views and responded accordingly. I'd also like to thank my group, my cabinet, for their dedication, and also for officers in every single directorate of the council for the time, effort, hours and debate in prioritising this budget and their results and their response to the consultation. Officers of the Council, Simon in his role that he's about to leave us, and thank you for your contribution, Simon, over the last 2 years. Managers in every directorate and the teams in the financial departments of the council. So between us, we've managed to minimise the effect on the directorate and the public as a whole in terms of damage to front-facing services. Now, I would also like to thank the opposition leaders and scrutiny chairs and their other members of the council for their much valued, innovative and helpful contributions to the budget process. However, I can't, because they haven't. There's been nothing, absolutely zero, diddly squat. I think Jeremy Clarkson's got more idea on budgeting on his farm than the opposition leaders in this council have got. For a fourth or fifth year on the trot, their contribution has been pathetic, Mr. Mayor. Okay. And the danger of that is because we're in danger if the public of Derby don't recognise that as one former member of this council, an activist in Derwent, and Councillor Councillor Testro, clearly stated that there's only one party in the city that can run the council and produce effectively a budget, and that's the Conservative group in the city. So what you're in danger of inheriting is going back to the dark days, the dark ages of this council, when Councillor Banwaite and his 10 merry men damaged this city immensely. We inherited a position whereby we had no direct control over project management. We had adverse reports in terms of finances. We had no communications through the media because they were broken by Councillor Banwaite and the rest of his cabinet. We had a dreadful situation that we inherited when we took over this council, and it's taken us that time to be able to repair the damage. And if we're not careful, we will fall foul of their intentions to bring back the majority of that extremely damaging cabinet. But it will also include Councillor Peatfield, who, it transpires tonight, not only refuses to condemn the actions of Jeremy Corbyn and his money tree, or Chris Williamson and his anti-Semitism, but now refuses to acknowledge that Putin, through his war in Ukraine, has damaged our economy in this country. That's the measure of the people who are bidding to be elected in our city. So I'm going to cut the rest, or a lot of the other rest of it out, because I want to address the contribution of Councillor Schenker tonight in his contribution, because that was equally appalling. At the end of the day, he thanked, in the course of Councillor Smale's contribution, he thanked him for recognising the great project that Moorways was. It was a great project, but not because of Councillor Schenker's contribution. What happened here was that we as an administration recognised the need to improve the offer, to make it viable, to improve the business case, and we, unlike them, were capable of managing the project management of the project to be able to deliver a scheme on time and on budget. That's why you've got such a fantastic facility in Moorways, okay? And I'm sorry to the Labour group, but actually it was clear, it's obvious to me by the way that they've misrepresented the facts in relation to the libraries, that what they wanted to do was to be able to bring an amendment that put some funding back into the CMLs. In actual fact, not necessary, because we clearly never intended them to close. And you can laugh, but I'm afraid you can laugh, but you clearly couldn't resist the opportunity to scaremonger in your political leaflets for your own political gain. So that's the position in relation to that. Absolutely shoddy. Let's have a look at the rest of the contribution from Councillor Shanker. No surprises were there at all, really. Same old, negative, negative, negative. Let's talk the city down. Let's do what damage we can with a view to get him back. 13 years of nasty Tory Westminster. And then we wander off into made-up allegations. Somebody told me this, somebody told me that, somebody told me... Who? Where? When? Give us the evidence of what people have been saying to give you these ideas. At the very best, you've misrepresented people, circumstances and things in a very cynical way with innuendo and scaremongering, and all intended for political purpose, political gain, not just for Sinn Féin because he knows he's vulnerable there, but also because he wants and has the ambition to be an MP in Derby South, and that is his only motivation, I'm afraid, rather than anything practical to the advantage of Derby City Council. So, Mr Mayor, with that, I'm going to not abuse my position too much. I'm going to leave it at that, but just to say, we absolutely need the City of Derby to recognise, as the partners do, as the development partners in the city do. Councillor Peatfield says what she's going to do in relation to that. Never in the recent history has the relationship been better with officers, with partners, with business in the city going forward, and we have laid the building blocks for fantastic progress within this city, and unless we're re-elected back in, that will be lost forever, because this lot will have, there'll be the Wednesday cabinet, have no grip on what's going on, and we'll end up within 5 minutes back in the same position. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Poulter. Councillor Smales, you should sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Obviously, it's been a lively debate from everyone, and obviously I do appreciate the lively debate, and I do think there is genuine intention from all of us as councillors to do the very best for our city. And I know we'll always have different ideological views on how we get there, but regardless, I do think that there is still a lot of work to do, and we know that the pressures have not finished yet. We have still got pressures in year 2 and 3, and we will still need to work to try and resolve that. And obviously, my open door policy will always remain the same. That I'd ask anyone if they wanted to discuss any particular projects or any initiatives that come forward, then please feel free to. But Mr Mayor, I don't want to waste any more time. I just think we should move on to the vote, please.
Thank you. Alec, would you like to do the usual?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When I read your names, councillors, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the substantive motion, that is the minute extract proposing the budget in your agenda pack. Councillor Atwell, please.
Against.
Councillor Barker. For. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr. Councillor Dinter. Councillor Evans. Against. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt. Councillor Graves. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hesselgrave. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Celia Ingle. Councillor Phil Ingle. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lind.
Against.
Sorry, that was against for Councillor Kuss and against for Councillor Lind. Councillor Lindsay. Against. Councillor Lonsdale.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
Abstain.
Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton.
Against.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Williams. And Councillor Wood.
4.
It's lost. Mr. Mayor, the motion is lost by 16 votes to 15.
I'm going to ask Mrs. Feenan to explain the implications of what you have just done.
As the item was lost, there'll need to be a new budget brought before this council. We'll have to reconvene and the relevant meetings will be called to allow that to be debated before the 11th of March.
Thank you. There are other items on the agenda which we can address. Item 11, the minute extract. Should we be doing this? We can't do that. Okay. Or item 12.
Just bear with 1 second. I just need to take some advice. Can we just have 5 minutes, please?
5 minutes adjournment, which will take us to 11:25. Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, we are not in agreement with the proposed budget that's been put forward as a compromise, because I don't think it's appropriate for this council to be subjected to another full council meeting at extremely short notice with a minor amendment that would make it acceptable. I would propose a notice. All right, okay.
I'm prepared to accept an urgent amendment, Councillor Poulter, this evening.
Well, I mean, it's my only option really is to call on the common sense of the leaders of the other groups. We can find, or we can make available a sum of money for priorities to be negotiated and discussed with group leaders in relation to being able to formulate an acceptable budget. We can either do that tonight if we agree an amount, or we can adjourn for the statutory 5 days to be able to negotiate in relation to that fund for priorities amongst group leaders. So that's my proposal. I'm happy to hear from yourself, Mr. Mayor, as to whether that's acceptable tonight, or if we actually need to adjourn for 5 days to be able to negotiate an acceptable compromise, common sense compromise between us to enable our council to get on with the business of the council.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. I'd like to bring a point of order, Mr. Mayor. Is it acceptable in this chamber for the leader of the council to offer an open bribe in full council to anybody to help vote for him? I think that is disgraceful,
That is not a point of order. Please resume your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had virtually finished. I'm simply looking for a common sense resolution to what the people of Derby need, and that is to set a sensible budget, which to date, to now, we've not been able to achieve, but I'm offering a compromise, a way out to be able to resolve the situation within this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poulter. I am convinced of the urgency of that motion without notice. I think it is in the interest of the people of Derby that yes, I know Councillor Froggatt wishes to speak, but I'm speaking at the moment. And can I just ask if your motion, Councillor Poulter, is seconded? Councillor Smale, thank you.
What is the motion? What is the motion? What is your motion?
Clarify the wording of your urgent motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The Mayor, depending on your role in its relation to its urgency, it's either in tonight's as a follow-up amendment to tonight or proposal tonight, or to adjourn for the statutory 5-day period for negotiations to take place in relation to priorities of the other group leaders to make this an acceptable budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I feel it is in the interest of the people of Derby that we try to resolve it this evening. Councillor Froggatt.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there is a statutory process to follow with the council, and I believe that we should be waiting the 5 days.
Should we just clarify? Can Alex and I
Please,
just clarify?
please.
To clarify, this meeting could be adjourned until an at this moment unspecified point in the coming days. We wouldn't necessarily have to give that full 5 statutory days notice. It would only be if we convened a new meeting of the council. I think we as officers will probably need to reflect on some of the requirements of the Local Government Act 1972 and the Budget and Policy Framework Procedure rules in our constitution before we give any further advice on that. But my view would be that we could adjourn this meeting until a few days' time, at which point an urgent item could be introduced by the leader for consideration in relation to the budget.
Or we could continue to debate it this evening. Councillor Shanker.
I think that advice from Alex was helpful, but also I think what I still don't understand is the motion has started with a either or. Surely if the leader's proposing a motion, he's either got to say we're debating this today or we're debating it in up to 5 days' time. But from what I've heard, and I think you've just repeated, it still remains an either or. Surely it wouldn't be a suitable motion to have two options for us to take forward now. To help the leader, I think I'm not going to get into any discussions at 10:05 on a night just to try doing a grubby deal to get a budget through. I think the sensible thing would be, and we commit to take part in that, is have some dialogue. We've put a motion together today which wasn't accepted. That could be a basis of a compromise, but we're prepared to discuss with the leader and his cabinet what the options are available. I just don't think it's sensible to start them discussions at 10:05 on a Monday evening.
Thank you. Councillor Ingle.
Yes, just in agreement there with Councillor Shanker. You know, at 10:05 on a Monday evening, after we've all had a long day at work, I don't think we need to start a dialogue in the Mayor's office about what we could possibly work together on. So I think this meeting needs adjourning, and we can reconvene at a later date.
Mr. Mayor, I was in an initial presentation of that urgent motion was in good faith to try and reach a resolution that we can all agree with tonight. So I was seeking out your advice and that of the monitoring officer in relation to the best process. It seems clear to me that the council as a whole are not keen on trying to resolve this tonight. In those circumstances, amend my motion or make it clear in my motion that we should adjourn for a suitable period, up to 5 days, whilst discussions take place between group leaders as to an appropriate and suitable, acceptable budget for the whole council.
Thank you. I'm going to put that to the vote. Councillor Smale seconded it, didn't you? Thank you. Those in favour of adjourning, you may want to consider the other items, but we could do that on another day.
We can't do 12.
No.
We can do 11, but we can't do item 12.
And there are questions from councillors to cabinet members.
I would suggest that we try to finish the business of the agenda this evening.
Yep.
And just leave items 10 and 12 to be finalised.
Okay, so those in favour of adjourning for 11 and 12, but carrying on this evening...
10 and 12.
Sorry?
10 and 12.
10 and 12 adjourned. The other items we can do fairly quickly, I should think, this evening. Those in favour, please show. That is carried, which gets us to item 11. Councillor Smale to move.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This paper has already been considered by Cabinet and sets out the parameters for the Council to conduct its Treasury management operations, managing cash flows, making investments and borrowing money if required. It is important that all the time we safeguard public monies through robust controls. The strategy and the associated documents set out the whole of the Council will invest in and alongside current and projected borrowing limits. So in everything we do, we prioritise security of the council funds and then consider the need for liquidity during the year and then the return, i.e. interest rates. So therefore, I move the minute, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Pearce. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Thank you. Item 12, we can't do. Item 13, Councillor Barker, as Cabinet Member with responsibility for human resources. Will you move the recommendations, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommendations as printed.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Poulter, all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? That's carried. Item 14, Councillors' Allowances and Expenses Scheme. Councillor Barker, again, Cabinet Member for Governance. Will you move the recommendation?
Yes, Mr Mayor, as per the IRP recommendations from 2021, this is the further year 23-24 in relation to the 3-year councillors' allowance, so I move as printed.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Potter. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? That's carried. Item 15, next item business is a report relating to vacancies arising in the appointments to champion positions and outside bodies, usually agreed at the AGM. I understand the report recommends the appointment of Councillor Lindsay as the Armed Forces Champion and as the Council's representative to both the Derby and District Ex-Services Association and the Derby and Derbyshire War Memorials Committee. Will somebody move the recommendation, please? Councillor Graves, is that seconded? Councillor Ingle, thank you. All those in favour, please show. Thank you, that is carried. Good. Item 16, disciplinary procedures for statutory officers. We'll now consider the adoption of revised disciplinary procedures in relation to the Council's 3 statutory officers. We'll pause for a moment to allow Paul, Emily and Simon, they've already gone, to leave the room for this item of business that directly relates to them. Councillor Barker, will you move the recommendations in the report, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you very much. This is a report in relation to the Local Authority Standing Orders Regulations 2001 and brings up to date the disciplinary procedure for Chief Executive and Chief Executive Officers and statutory officers as well. Again, the recommendations as printed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Poulter. Thank you. Those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Thank you. Can somebody get them back? Item 17, the penultimate item of business. Well, not quite. Suggested amendments to the Councillor Complaints Procedure following prior consideration by the Standards Committee. Councillor Shiraz Khan, Chair of Standards, would you present the proposals?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Self-explanatory, been debated at committee. I move it as printed.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Ingle. All those in favour, please show. That is carried. Thank you. Item 18 is to set the councillor induction and training schedule for 2023-24, and I don't have an interest in this one. Whilst several of us are no longer around to participate, the report seeks agreement for the dates of the councillor induction evening and councillor training day. Councillor Barker, will you move the recommendations, please?
Yes, I've not got to declare an interest on this one either, thanks. So, yes, I move as printed. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Ingle, thank you. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Thank you. And I do hope the electors elect a majority. I don't care who it is, quite honestly, but so we can have efficient council meetings. Item 8 then, the questions from non-council candidate members. Only 2 have been received on this occasion. Question Alec.
Apologies, Mr Mayor, just let me catch up with you. Apologies, Mr Mayor. The question is from Councillor Repton to Councillor Eyre. It is, will the Cabinet Member confirm that all libraries will remain open in the long term?
Any supplementary, Councillor Repton?
Yes, Mr Mayor. The question was, as Councillor Eyre knows full well, was about all libraries, not just the statutory library provision. So will Councillor Eyre now confirm that no further closure notices will go out regarding any libraries being closed or staff being made redundant? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Councillor Upton, for the question. There never was a closure notice. I've been repeatedly clear about that one. We put forward a budget that provided funds for libraries. I voted for it. You didn't. I spoke for 15 minutes about our community managed libraries, the new model, and how we wanted to deliver it at the Cabinet meeting on the 15th of February. You threw a big boy tantrum, threw your toys out the pram and stormed off. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Question S, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question S is from Councillor Dinser to Councillor Eyre. What plans are in place to avoid future reductions in capacity for locality working?
Any supplementary, Councillor Dinser?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Eyre, for your response. You mentioned in your response that 5 additional locality officers have been added to the locality working, but you forget to mention the fact that there's been a decrease in the public protection officers, which are going to be part of that locality working partnership. So, and you have confirmed that there are no future plans for budgets in this area. Partnership working and Better Together partnership requires investment. Without that, they will not succeed. Do you agree with that?
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Councillor Dinser. We put forward a budget that funds the localities model. I voted for it, you didn't. This is the budget we were discussing today, which we'll come back and discuss, is for the next year's delivery. If you want this Conservative administration to be talking about future years of delivery, I look forward to your support for us remaining in administration. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
At this point, my script is irrelevant. So see you all again very soon, and safe trip home.